Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell. Tap the like button and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Mageseeker's Son. In the marble halls of Demacian, where golden banners catch the morning light and the scent of Petricite stone fills the air with its strange, magic-drinking presence, a contradiction was born that would one day shake the very foundations of the kingdom. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle rhythm of storytelling, let us explore the origins of Silas of Dregborn, a man whose very existence challenged everything Demacian claimed to stand for. Picture, if you will, the streets of the capital where white stone buildings rise like monuments to order and justice. The cobblestones gleam with recent rain, reflecting the warm glow of lanterns that line the avenues where citizens walk with the confident stride of those who believe themselves righteous. This is a kingdom built on absolutes, where magic is seen as corruption, and those who wield it are viewed as threats to the natural order of things. In this world of rigid certainty, young Silas grew up in the shadow of duty and devotion. His father served as one of Demacian's Mageseekers, those stalwart guardians tasked with hunting down magical practitioners who dared to exist within the kingdom's borders. Can you imagine the weight of such a legacy? To be raised on stories of heroism that painted magic users as monsters, to learn that your very purpose in life was to protect innocent people from the supposed corruption of arcane power. The irony runs deeper than the deepest dungeon beneath Demacian's gleaming towers. Silas learned to recite the kingdom's foundational beliefs as easily as breathing, that magic corrupts absolutely, that those born with arcane gifts are cursed beings who must be contained or cleansed for the safety of all. He memorized the names of great Mageseekers who had given their lives to protect Demacian from magical threats, including his own father's heroic deeds in tracking down dangerous sorcerers in the borderlands. As a child, Silas would often accompany his father to the great libraries where records of magical incidents were kept. Row upon row of leather-bound tomes documented every known case of arcane corruption, every instance where magic had brought ruin to innocent lives. The boy absorbed these lessons with the fervor of youth, his young mind accepting without question that magic was an evil force that good people spent their lives fighting against. Yet even in those early days, there were moments when doubt crept in like shadows at twilight. Sometimes, when his father spoke of the mages they had captured, Silas noticed a flicker of something that might have been sadness in the older man's eyes. The prisoners they brought in didn't always look like monsters. Some were barely more than children themselves. Others appeared to be ordinary farmers or merchants, whose only crime was being born with abilities they never chose to possess. The architecture of Demacian itself seemed to whisper these contradictions. The great walls and towers were built from Petricite, a stone that didn't just resist magic but actively absorbed it, growing stronger from the very force it was meant to repel. Even a child could see the irony. Their kingdom's greatest defenses were literally powered by the thing they claimed to despise. But such observations were quickly dismissed as misunderstandings of adult complexities, brushed aside in favor of simpler truths about good and evil. Training to follow in his father's footsteps, Silas learned to recognize the signs of magical corruption. He studied the way mages moved, the telltale shimmer in the air around them when they tried to suppress their abilities, the subtle changes in temperature or light that betrayed their presence. He became skilled at reading people, at seeing through lies and deceptions, at understanding the psychology of those who lived in fear of discovery. What he didn't realize was that this training was teaching him to recognize these signs within himself. The first hints came gradually, like distant thunder before a storm. Small things that seemed insignificant at the time, moments when his emotions ran high and the air around him seemed to crackle with invisible energy, instances when his touch could somehow ease another person's pain or exhaustion. These incidents were so subtle, so easily explained away, that even Silas himself didn't understand their true significance. His father, dedicated to his duty, but not without compassion, began to notice changes in his son as the boy entered adolescence. There was something different about Silas, a quality that made people gravitate toward him, made them want to confide their secrets and seek his counsel. Other Mageseekers commented on the boy's unusual intuition, his ability to understand and connect with the very people they were meant to hunt. The cruel irony was that these gifts made Silas exceptionally good at his father's work. His empathetic nature allowed him to gain the trust of suspected mages, to convince them to reveal themselves willingly rather than forcing confrontation. He could sense their fear and desperation, could speak to them in ways that made them feel understood and safe, even as he led them toward capture and imprisonment. During these encounters, something strange began to happen. When Silas was near other magic users, particularly those in distress, he felt a pull, a resonance that seemed to flow between them like invisible threads. At first, he attributed this to natural empathy, to his desire to help people who were clearly suffering. But the sensation grew stronger over time, more difficult to ignore or explain away. The kingdom's rigid structure demanded absolute conformity to its ideals. Magic was evil, period. Those born with it were corrupted, period. The Mageseekers were heroes, period. There was no room for nuance, no space for questioning, no tolerance for doubt. And yet, as Silas matured, he found himself increasingly unable to reconcile what he had been taught with what he experienced firsthand. The prisoners he helped capture weren't the slavering monsters of Demacian propaganda. They were frightened people, often young, usually desperate, trying to hide abilities they had never asked for in a world that would kill them for existing. Some had never harmed anyone, using their gifts only to help, healing sick animals, encouraging crops to grow during harsh seasons, bringing light to dark places where ordinary people struggled. As the weight of these contradictions pressed down upon him, Silas began to understand that his empathy for these people went beyond mere compassion. There was something deeper at work, something that connected him to them in ways that made him question everything he had been raised to believe. The very foundation of his world was built on a lie, and he was living proof of that deception. The turning point came during what should have been a routine arrest. A young woman, barely out of childhood, had been reported for healing her younger brother's broken arm with nothing but a gentle touch. Silas found her hiding in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, terrified and alone, her eyes wide with the knowledge that her act of love had condemned her. When he approached her, something extraordinary happened. The fear and desperation radiating from the girl seemed to flow into him, and with it came something else, a warm, healing energy that he instinctively understood and welcomed. For a moment, just a moment, he felt what she felt, saw the world through her eyes, understood the gentle nature of her gift, and the pure love that had motivated its use. In that instant, Silas realized the truth that would change everything. He wasn't just hunting mages, he was one of them. The revelation struck him like lightning, illuminating the dark corners of his understanding in a blinding flash of recognition. Every strange sensation, every moment of unusual empathy, every instance when he had connected with the prisoners, it all made terrible, perfect sense. The son of a Mageseeker, raised to hunt his own kind, trained to be the perfect weapon against people exactly like himself. As our first chapter in Silas's story draws to a close, we're left to contemplate the profound irony of his situation. Here was a young man who had dedicated his life to a cause that would ultimately demand his own destruction, who had learned to hate and fear the very thing that he was. Perhaps as you drift toward sleep tonight, you might wonder, How do we reconcile the truths we're taught with the truths we discover within ourselves? Chapter 2. The Awakening. In the depths of a sleepless night, when the weight of forbidden truth presses against the chest like a stone, the mind seeks any explanation other than the one that changes everything. Tonight we follow young Silas through the harrowing days after his revelation, when the careful structure of his world began to crumble like ancient parchment touched by flame. Picture him in the small hours before dawn, sitting at the edge of his narrow bed, staring at his hands as if they belonged to a stranger. The same hands that had helped capture dozens of mages now trembled with the knowledge of what they truly were, conduits for the very power he had been raised to despise. Sleep had become impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the face of that terrified girl, felt the echo of her healing magic resonating within his own untrained spirit. The days that followed were a masterclass in the art of deception, though the person Silas was deceiving most desperately was himself. He threw himself into his duties with renewed fervor, as if dedication to the cause might somehow purge the corruption from his soul. When other Mageseekers praised his recent successes, their words felt like daggers, each compliment a reminder of his fundamental betrayal of everything they stood for. During training sessions in the practice yards, where young recruits learned to wield anti-magic weapons and study the tactics used to contain arcane threats, Silas found himself viewing the exercises through new eyes. The protective gear designed to shield Mageseekers from magical attacks felt heavy and foreign against his skin, as if his body was rejecting the very idea of protection from something that lived within him. The weapons meant to disrupt and contain magical energy seemed to whisper warnings whenever he touched them, their Petricite components responding to his presence in ways that made his fellow trainees comment on his apparent discomfort. But it was in the presence of actual mages that the truth became impossible to ignore. During interrogations and transfers, when Silas stood guard over captured magic users, something extraordinary and terrifying began to happen. The prisoners' abilities, normally suppressed by their Petricite restraints, seemed to reach out to him like flowers turning toward the sun. He could feel their magic calling to his own, creating connections that bypassed the kingdom's carefully crafted defenses. The first time he consciously accessed another person's power, it happened by accident during what should have been a routine prisoner escort. An elderly mage, weakened by days of confinement, collapsed during the journey to the dungeons. Without thinking, Silas reached out to help the man to his feet, and in that moment of contact, something flowed between them, a warm current of energy that seemed to stabilize the prisoner's condition, while simultaneously awakening something fierce and hungry within Silas himself. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was as if he had been living his entire life with only half his senses, and suddenly the world blazed with new colors, new dimensions of understanding. The mage's power didn't feel foreign or corrupting as he had been taught to expect. Instead, it felt like coming home, like recognizing a language he had always known, but never been allowed to speak. For a terrifying moment, the transferred energy threatened to overwhelm him. Lightning crackled between his fingers, not his own lightning, but the storm magic that had belonged to the elderly prisoner. The power was intoxicating, filling him with a sense of capability and connection that made everything else in his life feel pale and hollow by comparison. He could have shaped that energy into anything, destructive bolts that could shatter stone, gentle currents that could heal wounds, or protective barriers that could shield the innocent from harm. Instead, he forced himself to release it, to let the borrowed magic dissipate back into the air, like smoke from a dying fire. But the damage was done. He had felt what it meant to truly live, and the memory of that sensation would haunt every subsequent moment of his existence. The prisoner, meanwhile, stared at him with eyes that held both gratitude and recognition. In that shared glance, Silas saw his own secret reflected back at him, understood that his ability to absorb and wield others' magic was something unprecedented, something that broke all the rules about how arcane power was supposed to work. The old mage said nothing, but his slight nod carried the weight of acknowledgement. One magic user recognizing another, despite the uniform and badge that marked Silas as their enemy. From that day forward, Silas lived in constant fear of discovery. Every interaction with his fellow Mageseekers felt like walking across thin ice, every casual conversation a potential trap that might reveal his true nature. He began to notice things he had previously overlooked. The way Petricite architecture seemed to pulse with stored magical energy. The subtle signs that some of his colleagues might harbor their own forbidden secrets. The growing frequency with which corruption appeared among the kingdom's most loyal servants. Sleep became a battlefield, where nightmares of exposure warred with dreams of freedom. In his unconscious hours, Silas found himself imagining what it would be like to embrace his abilities fully, to stop pretending to be something he wasn't, to stand with the prisoners instead of against them. These dreams felt more real than his waking life, filled with visions of magic used not for destruction but for creation, protection, and healing. Yet alongside these fantasies of liberation came images of consequence. His father's face twisted with betrayal and disgust, his friends and colleagues turning against him, the kingdom he had sworn to protect marking him as its enemy. The weight of these potential losses was crushing, making him cling even more desperately to the lie he was living. During quiet moments, when he was alone with his thoughts, Silas began to understand the true cruelty of Demacia's system. It wasn't enough to simply hunt and imprison mages. The kingdom's greatest victory was in making its victims complicit in their own oppression. How many Mageseekers carried the same secret he did? How many had turned against their own kind out of fear and desperation? How many prisoners had been captured by people who shared their curse? The psychological toll was immense. Silas found himself becoming increasingly isolated, unable to form genuine connections with anyone who didn't know his truth. Conversations felt scripted, relationships felt hollow, and even moments of apparent happiness were tinged with the bitter knowledge that they were built on deception. He was living two lives simultaneously, the dutiful son and loyal Mageseeker on the surface, and the frightened, confused young mage beneath. As weeks turned to months, the strain began to show in ways that others started to notice. His father, always perceptive when it came to reading people, began to ask probing questions about Silas's health and state of mind. Fellow Mageseekers commented on his increasing tendency towards solitude, his reluctance to celebrate successful missions, his apparent sympathy for the prisoners they captured. The breaking point came during a particularly brutal interrogation, when Silas was forced to watch as Petricite-enhanced torture devices were used against a young mage who reminded him painfully of himself. The prisoner's screams seemed to tear through his soul, and the magical energy released by the victim's pain called to his own power, with an intensity that was impossible to ignore. In that moment of shared agony, Silas felt something snap inside him, not breaking, but awakening, like a dam bursting after years of pressure. The connection between his magic and the prisoners became a conduit for something unprecedented, not just the absorption of power, but the sharing of it, the multiplication of it, the transformation of individual ability into something collective and revolutionary. For just an instant, both Silas and the prisoner were filled with a strength that transcended their individual capabilities. The torture devices, designed to drain and contain magical energy, began to overload as power flowed through them in directions they were never meant to handle. The Petricite restraints cracked under the strain, and for a heartbeat that felt like eternity, true magic blazed free in the heart of Demacia's most secure facility. Then reality crashed back down around them. The guards rushed in, the prisoner was subdued with additional restraints, and Silas was left standing in the wreckage of his carefully maintained deception, knowing that he could no longer pretend to be something he wasn't. As we close this chapter of awakening and recognition, we find ourselves contemplating the moment when denial becomes impossible, when the truth demands acknowledgement regardless of the cost. Perhaps, in the quiet space between sleep and dreams, you might consider what happens when we can no longer hide from the parts of ourselves that the world has taught us to fear. Chapter 3. The Prisoner of Petricite. In the bowels of Demacia's most feared prison, where light struggles to penetrate the crushing weight of stone and despair, time becomes meaningless. Measured not in days or seasons, but in the rhythm of breathing, the slow erosion of hope, and the gradual understanding of truths too terrible to accept. Tonight, we descend into those depths with Silas, following his journey from the moment his secret was revealed to the years that transformed him from a broken young man into something far more dangerous. Imagine, if you will, the sound of heavy doors slamming shut with the finality of a grave being sealed. The echo reverberates through corridors carved from solid Petricite, each surface designed to drink in magical energy and leave nothing but hollow emptiness in its wake. This is where Silas found himself after that fateful moment when his power could no longer be contained, when the careful facade of his double life crumbled like sand castles before an incoming tide. The cell they gave him was a masterwork of magical suppression, its walls thick with the same anti-magic stone that formed Demacia's greatest defenses. Every surface had been polished smooth, leaving no crack or crevice where hope might take root, no irregularity that might provide even the smallest comfort to a prisoner's desperate mind. The air itself felt dead here, stripped of the vital energy that flows through all living things, leaving behind only the cold certainty of absolute isolation. For the first weeks of his imprisonment, Silas existed in a state of numbed disbelief. The transformation from respected Mageseeker to reviled prisoner had happened so quickly that his mind struggled to process the reality of his situation. The same colleagues who had once praised his dedication now spoke of him with disgust and betrayal, their voices carrying through the stone corridors like whispers of a life that felt increasingly distant and unreal. His father visited once, during those early days when the shock was still fresh and raw. The conversation was brief, conducted through bars that might as well have been the distance between stars for all the connection they allowed. The older man's face carried the weight of a lifetime's convictions crashing against the reality of his son's nature, and in his eyes, Silas saw something die, not just love, but the fundamental certainty that had shaped both their lives. The words exchanged between them were few and carefully chosen, each sentence carrying the weight of years of shared history now tainted by revelation. His father spoke of duty and disappointment, of the shame that Silas had brought upon their family name, of the betrayal of everything they had worked to build together. But beneath the anger and hurt, there was something else, a flicker of confusion, perhaps even doubt, as if the discovery of his son's true nature had forced him to question assumptions he had never thought to examine. As the days stretched into months, Silas began to understand the true purpose of his imprisonment. This was not simply punishment for his magical nature. It was an experiment, a laboratory where Demacia's scholars could study the phenomenon of power absorption that made him unique among mages. The interrogations came regularly, conducted by robed figures whose faces remained hidden behind masks of polished Petricite, their questions probing the mechanics of his abilities with the cold precision of surgeons dissecting a corpse. They wanted to understand how he could steal and wield others' magic, how his power seemed to bypass the usual limitations that contained other magical practitioners. Test after test was conducted, each designed to map the boundaries and capabilities of his unprecedented gift. Sometimes they brought other prisoners to his cell, forcing him to demonstrate his absorption abilities while they measured and recorded every detail of the process. The cruelty of these experiments went beyond mere physical discomfort. Each demonstration forced Silas to use his abilities against fellow mages, to steal their power for the entertainment and education of their captors, to become complicit in the very system of oppression that had destroyed his own life. The guilt and self-loathing that resulted from these forced collaborations ate at his soul like acid, creating wounds that went far deeper than any physical torture could have inflicted. Yet it was during these darkest moments that Silas began to understand something fundamental about the nature of his power. The magic he absorbed didn't simply disappear when he released it. It left traces, echoes that gradually accumulated within his spirit like sediment building up over time. Each stolen spell, each borrowed ability, each forced demonstration added to a growing reservoir of understanding that even the Petricite walls couldn't completely contain. The scholars never realized what they were creating. In their eagerness to study and catalog his abilities, they were inadvertently training him, teaching him to control and refine his power in ways that would have taken decades to discover on his own. Every test made him stronger. Every experiment expanded his understanding. Every forced demonstration brought him closer to mastering abilities that no mage in history had ever possessed. During the long hours between interrogations, when the prison fell into the deep silence that passes for night in places where the sun never shines, Silas found himself connecting with the other prisoners in ways that transcended the physical barriers between their cells. His power, even when suppressed by Petricite, created bonds with nearby mages that allowed for communication beyond words, sharing experiences and emotions through channels that the kingdom's architects had never thought to block. Through these connections, he began to understand the true scope of Demacia's magical community. The kingdom that prided itself on being free from arcane corruption was actually home to hundreds, perhaps thousands, of secret mages living in fear and isolation. Some were born with their abilities, others had acquired them through exposure to magical artifacts or traumatic experiences, but all shared the common bond of being hunted by the very nation they called home. The stories he heard through these whispered connections painted a picture of systematic oppression that went far beyond what he had witnessed as a Mageseeker. Entire families destroyed when one member's abilities were discovered, children torn from their parents and subjected to purification rituals that were little more than torture, communities living in constant fear of the knock on the door that would signal the end of everything they held dear. As the years passed, Silas began to change in ways that went beyond the obvious physical deterioration of long imprisonment. The idealistic young man who had once believed in Demacia's righteousness was being forged into something harder, more focused, and infinitely more dangerous. The pain and isolation of his captivity were transforming him from victim to weapon, from broken prisoner to revolutionary leader. The turning point came during his 4th year of imprisonment, when a new prisoner was brought to the cells, a young woman whose power over light and radiance reminded him painfully of his own lost innocence. Through their shared magical connection, he sensed not just her fear and desperation, but also her struggle to maintain hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. Her presence became a catalyst that crystallized years of growing anger into something focused and purposeful. In conversations conducted through stolen moments and hidden magical channels, this new prisoner spoke of the outside world, of the growing discontent among Demacia's hidden magical community, of whispered rumors about a possible leader who might one day unite them against their oppressors. She spoke of him, though she didn't realize it, of the legendary Mageseeker who had revealed himself to be the most powerful magic user in the kingdom's history. The irony was not lost on Silas. The same experiments that were meant to understand and ultimately neutralize his abilities had instead made him into exactly the kind of leader that Demacia's mages desperately needed. Every spell he had absorbed, every magical technique he had been forced to demonstrate, every moment of connection with his fellow prisoners had contributed to his evolution from individual rebel to symbol of revolution. As this chapter of imprisonment and transformation draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the alchemical process by which suffering can be transformed into strength, how the attempt to break someone's spirit can sometimes forge it into something unbreakable instead. In the quiet moments before sleep claims you, perhaps you might wonder, what would we become if the very attempts to destroy us served only to reveal our true power? Chapter 4. The Demacian Hypocrisy. In the grand halls where marble statues stand as monuments to righteousness, where golden light filters through windows designed to inspire awe and devotion, the greatest lies are often those we tell ourselves about our own virtue. Tonight, we explore the carefully constructed contradictions that formed the foundation of Demacian society, the elaborate web of self-deception that allowed a kingdom to condemn magic while depending upon it for survival. From his cell deep beneath the capital, Silas had years to contemplate the architecture of hypocrisy that surrounded him. Every stone in his prison walls told a story of contradiction. Petricite blocks that glowed faintly with absorbed magical energy, their very existence proof that Demacia's relationship with magic was far more complex than its official doctrine suggested. The anti-magic stone didn't destroy arcane power, it consumed it, stored it, transformed it into something that could be channeled and controlled by those who understood its secrets. Consider the cruel irony of a kingdom that built its greatest defenses from a material that required magic to function. Petricite was not naturally occurring in the quantities needed to construct Demacia's massive walls and towers. It had to be cultivated, grown through exposure to magical energies over generations. The very stones that formed the kingdom's protection were essentially crystallized magic, given solid form through processes that the kingdom's founders had developed in secret while publicly condemning the forces they were harnessing. Through the magical connections he had formed with other prisoners, Silas began to piece together a picture of Demacia's true history that bore little resemblance to the official chronicles taught in schools and recited in temples. The kingdom's founding families, those noble houses whose bloodlines were held up as examples of pure, uncorrupted humanity, had originally been mages themselves, refugees from the rune wars who had learned to fear their own power after witnessing the devastation it could cause. The first kings of Demacia had not been opponents of magic. They had been its reluctant masters, using their abilities to protect their people, while simultaneously teaching them to fear and reject the very forces that kept them safe. The great walls, the gleaming towers, the protective barriers that shielded the kingdom from external threats. All of these marvels had been created through magical means, then disguised and forgotten as their creators sought to build a society that could exist without the dangers of unchecked arcane power. What had begun as a reasonable desire to prevent magical catastrophe had gradually transformed into something far more sinister, a systematic program of persecution that targeted the very people whose ancestors had built the kingdom. Each generation grew more distant from the magical origins of their civilization, more convinced of their moral superiority over those who possessed the abilities their founders had once wielded with wisdom and restraint. The noble families who ruled Demacia maintained their power through carefully guarded secrets about the true nature of their heritage. Many of them carried dormant magical bloodlines, passed down through generations of careful breeding designed to preserve certain abilities while hiding them from public view. The crown jewels themselves were magical artifacts of immense power, their enchantments sustained by the Petricite throne that absorbed and channeled the ambient magical energy of the capital city. Silas learned these truths through fragments of overheard conversations, through the whispered confessions of prisoners who had served in the highest levels of government, through the connections his power allowed him to form with mages who had worked within the system before their inevitable discovery and imprisonment. Each revelation added another layer to his understanding of the vast conspiracy that kept Demacia's magical community oppressed, while maintaining the elite's access to arcane advantages. The military structure that had trained him as a Mageseeker was itself riddled with contradictions. The weapons they used were enchanted with anti-magic properties that required constant renewal through exposure to captured magical energies. The armor that protected them incorporated Petricite elements that had been shaped and strengthened through processes that could only be performed by skilled mages working in secret. Even the tactical manuals they studied contained strategies that depended upon understanding and countering magical abilities, knowledge that could only have been gathered through extensive study of the very forces they claimed to oppose. Perhaps most disturbing of all was the discovery that many of his former colleagues in the Mageseeker Corps were themselves magical beings, either unaware of their own nature, or actively suppressing it out of fear and self-hatred. The kingdom had created a system where mages hunted mages, where those born with arcane abilities could only find acceptance by dedicating their lives to destroying others like themselves. The psychological damage caused by this systematic deception went far beyond the obvious cruelty of persecution. Demacia had created a society where magical ability was simultaneously the most feared and most valuable resource in the kingdom. Those in power hoarded magical artifacts, and employed secret mages, while publicly executing anyone caught practicing the same arts that kept their civilization functioning. The temples and churches that preached against the corruption of magic were themselves built on sacred sites where natural magical energies converged, their very foundations designed to channel and amplify the spiritual forces that the priests claimed to oppose. The holy symbols carried by Demacia's religious leaders were often magical focuses disguised as simple ornaments, their power carefully concealed behind elaborate theological explanations that attributed their effects to divine favor rather than arcane manipulation. In the universities where young nobles learned history and philosophy, the libraries contained extensive collections of magical texts that were officially classified as historical artifacts rather than practical instruction manuals. Students of the highest social standing were quietly taught to recognize and counter magical threats, receiving education that was functionally identical to basic magical training, while being told that they were learning to defend against corruption. The economic system that sustained Demacia's prosperity depended heavily upon trade relationships with regions where magic was openly practiced and regulated. The kingdom's merchants regularly dealt with magical goods and services, bringing enchanted items across the borders under carefully crafted legal exceptions that allowed for historical artifacts and curiosities, while maintaining the fiction that such objects posed no real magical threat. Even the justice system reflected these contradictions. Sentences for magical crimes varied dramatically depending upon the social status of the accused, with nobles often receiving rehabilitation rather than execution, while commoners faced immediate death for the same offenses. The difference lay not in the severity of their magical abilities, but in their value to the system. Those whose knowledge or connections made them useful were quietly relocated rather than destroyed, while those who posed inconvenient truths were silenced permanently. Through his years of imprisonment and observation, Silas came to understand that Demacia's entire social structure was built upon the exploitation of the very people it claimed to protect society from. The mages who were captured and imprisoned weren't simply removed from society. They were put to work, their abilities harvested and channeled into maintaining the kingdom's magical infrastructure, while they themselves remained hidden away from public view. The crown's approach to magic was fundamentally parasitic, consuming magical energies and enslaving magical practitioners, while maintaining a public facade of moral opposition to arcane power. The kingdom's strength came not from its rejection of magic, but from its monopolization of it, its ability to control and direct magical forces while preventing anyone outside the approved power structure from accessing the same capabilities. This understanding transformed Silas's anger from a personal grievance into something far more profound and dangerous. He was not simply a victim of Demacian oppression, he was a witness to a systematic lie that had shaped the lives of millions of people across generations. The kingdom he had once served was not the beacon of righteousness it claimed to be, but rather a civilization built upon the bones of its own people, sustained by the very forces it publicly condemned. As this chapter of revelation and understanding draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the nature of institutional deception, the ways in which societies can convince themselves that their contradictions are actually virtues. In the quiet moments before sleep, perhaps you might consider how many of our own certainties might crumble if we truly examined the foundations upon which they rest. Chapter 5. Lux's Secret Visit. In the deepest hours of night, when even the guards retreat to distant posts, and the ancient stones settle into their most profound silence, the impossible sometimes finds a way to become real. Tonight, we witness one such moment, a convergence of desperation and courage that would forever alter the destinies of two souls bound by secrets that neither fully understood. Picture the corridors of Demacia's most secure prison, where shadows pool like dark water between the flickering torches that provide the only light in these forgotten depths. The Petricite walls absorb not just magical energy but sound itself, creating a suffocating quietude that makes even whispered conversations feel like shouts of rebellion. It was into this oppressive silence that Luxana Crownguard stepped. her heart pounding with a mixture of terror and determination that threatened to overwhelm her careful composure. She moved like a ghost through passages she should never have been able to access, her noble bearing and family name having opened doors that would have remained sealed against anyone else. The guards who glimpsed her passage saw only what they expected to see, a member of the ruling class on some official business, perhaps inspecting the conditions of the kingdom's most dangerous prisoners. They could not have imagined that this young woman, heir to one of Demacia's most prestigious families, carried within herself the same curse that had condemned the man she had come to see. Lux had spent months wrestling with the knowledge of her own magical nature, the light that danced beneath her skin like captured starfire, demanding release even as she forced it deeper into hiding. The discovery of her abilities had come gradually, manifesting first as an unusual brightness to her presence that others attributed to noble breeding and natural charisma. But as her power grew stronger, it became impossible to ignore the truth that she was everything Demacia taught its citizens to fear and despise. The burden of this secret had driven her to seek understanding from the only person in the kingdom who might truly comprehend her situation. Stories of Silas had filtered through the capital's gossip networks, tales of the Mageseeker, who had possessed unprecedented abilities to steal and wield others' magic, who had been revealed as the most dangerous magical practitioner in Demacian history. To the public, he was a cautionary tale about the corruption that lurked beneath even the most trusted facades. To Lux, he represented the possibility of answers to questions she dared not voice to anyone else. The cell where Silas was kept differed markedly from the others in its construction and isolation. Recognizing the unique threat he posed, the kingdom's architects had crafted a prison within a prison, walls thicker than those of any other chamber, inscribed with symbols that she didn't recognize, but somehow understood were meant to contain forces beyond normal comprehension. The very air around his cell felt different, charged with a tension that made her skin prickle with awareness of suppressed power. When she first saw him through the narrow viewing slot, Lux was struck by how different he appeared from the monster described in official reports. Years of imprisonment had certainly taken their toll. His body bore the gauntness of inadequate nutrition and limited movement. His hair had grown long and unkempt, and his skin had taken on the pallor of someone who had not seen natural sunlight in far too long. But his eyes still held an intelligence and intensity that spoke of an unbroken spirit, a mind that had used isolation, not for despair, but for contemplation and planning. Their first exchange was cautious, conducted through the heavy door that separated them with all the wariness of two people who understood the deadly consequences of discovery. Lux identified herself not by name, but by the light that she allowed to dance briefly across her fingertips, a gesture that served as both introduction and proof of the magical nature that made their conversation possible. The response from within the cell was immediate, a warm resonance that she felt in her bones, a recognition that passed between their abilities, like a greeting between old friends. Silas's voice, when he finally spoke, carried the weight of years spent in contemplation of truths that the kingdom would kill to keep hidden. He spoke of power not as the corruption that Demacian doctrine described, but as a natural force that could be shaped by the intentions and wisdom of those who wielded it. His words carried an authority born not from theoretical study, but from direct experience with abilities that transcended normal understanding of magical limitations. Through their whispered conversations, conducted over several clandestine visits that stretched across weeks, her light magic, which she had seen as a burden and a threat to everything she held dear, was revealed to be part of a broader spectrum of abilities that connected her to forces of creation and protection. Under Silas's guidance, she learned to see her power not as evidence of corruption, but as proof of her connection to something greater than the narrow confines of Demacian orthodoxy. The lessons he shared with her went beyond simple magical instruction. Silas spoke of the political and social implications of their abilities, the way that magical practitioners were positioned within the broader structure of Demacian society, and the possibility that their powers might be used, not for destruction but for liberation. His years of imprisonment had given him a unique perspective on the kingdom's treatment of mages, and through their conversations, Lux began to understand the systematic nature of the oppression that surrounded them. Most importantly, Silas helped her understand that she was not alone in carrying this burden. Through his connections with other prisoners, and his growing network of sympathizers throughout the kingdom, he painted a picture of a hidden community of magical practitioners who lived in constant fear while contributing to the very society that condemned them. Her light, he explained, could serve as a beacon for these lost souls, a symbol of hope that might one day unite them in common cause. The emotional impact of these revelations was profound for someone who had spent her entire life believing in the righteousness of Demacian values. Lux found herself questioning not just the kingdom's treatment of mages, but the fundamental assumptions about good and evil that had shaped her worldview. If magic was not inherently corrupting, if mages were not automatically threats to innocent people, then what did that say about the justice of a system that killed them for existing? During one particularly intense conversation, Silas demonstrated his unique ability to absorb and wield magical power by drawing upon the light that Lux had unconsciously been radiating during their discussions. The sensation of having her magic pulled from her and then returned was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Intimate and terrifying, but also strangely liberating. For the first time in her life, she felt truly understood by someone who could literally share in the experience of her abilities. This demonstration also revealed the true extent of Silas's power and the danger he represented to Demacia's established order. His ability to steal and redistribute magical energy could potentially unite the kingdom's scattered mages into a cohesive force, breaking down the isolation that kept them weak and afraid. Through him, individual practitioners could become part of something larger, their combined abilities amplified and directed toward goals that transcended personal survival. The relationship that developed between them was complex and multifaceted, part teacher and student, part conspirators in a shared secret, part kindred spirits recognizing themselves in each other's struggles. Lux provided Silas with a connection to the outside world and information about the kingdom's current political climate, while he offered her the guidance and understanding that she desperately needed to come to terms with her own nature. Yet beneath their intellectual and magical connection lay a more personal bond forged by shared isolation and mutual recognition. Both of them lived double lives, maintaining facades that grew more exhausting with each passing day. Both understood the constant fear of discovery that haunted every interaction with family and friends. In each other, they found the only person who could truly comprehend the weight of living as an enemy within their own homeland. Their meetings became a lifeline for both of them, moments of genuine connection in lives otherwise defined by careful deception and constant vigilance. Through their conversations, Lux began to develop a more sophisticated understanding of her abilities and their potential applications, while Silas gained insight into the broader political implications of the growing magical community that he hoped to eventually lead. The trust that developed between them was built on shared vulnerability and mutual recognition of the deadly risks they were taking. Each visit represented a chance for discovery that could destroy not just their own lives, but the safety of everyone they cared about. Yet they continued to meet, driven by a need for understanding and connection that transcended rational calculation of danger and consequence. As this chapter of unlikely alliance draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the bonds that form between those who share impossible burdens, the way that understanding can bloom even in the darkest circumstances. In the quiet moments before sleep, perhaps you might wonder, what connections might we forge if we dared to share our deepest truths with those who could truly understand them? Chapter 6. The Great Escape. In the annals of revolution, there are moments when individual acts of desperation crystallize into events that reshape the world. When personal liberation becomes the spark that ignites movements that burn across nations. Tonight, we witness one such moment. The night when accumulated years of pain, planning, and power converged into an explosion of light that shattered more than just prison walls. The tension had been building for weeks, an almost palpable charge in the air that seemed to make the very stones of the prison hum with suppressed energy. Silas could feel it in every conversation with his fellow prisoners, in every magical connection that passed between the cells, like whispered promises of change. Something was coming, a convergence of opportunity and desperation that would either liberate them all or destroy them in the attempt. The catalyst, when it finally arrived, came in the form of news that filtered down through the prison's carefully controlled information network. Political tensions in the capital had reached a breaking point, with growing unrest among the population, as reports of magical persecution became harder for the authorities to suppress. The kingdom's leadership was fractured, uncertain how to respond to mounting evidence that their policies were creating more problems than they solved. More immediately relevant to Silas's situation was intelligence about a planned transfer. Several high-value prisoners, including himself, were to be moved to a more secure facility deeper in the kingdom's interior. The transfer would involve a carefully orchestrated convoy with multiple layers of magical protection, but it would also represent the first time in years that he would be outside the suffocating confines of his Petricite cell. The opportunity was too significant to ignore, but it also presented challenges that would have seemed insurmountable to anyone else. The transfer convoy would be protected by Demacia's most elite Mageseekers, equipped with the kingdom's most advanced anti-magic technology, and traveling through terrain that offered little hope of sanctuary even if escape were successful. Yet Silas had spent years preparing for exactly this kind of moment, accumulating power and knowledge that his captors could never have fully understood. The night before the transfer, Lux made one final visit to his cell, a gesture that carried enormous risk, but was necessary for the plan they had developed together. Their conversations over the preceding months had evolved from simple magical instruction to complex strategic planning, with Lux serving as both student and co-conspirator, in preparations for this moment of liberation. Through their magical connection, she transferred to him not just her light-based abilities, but also detailed intelligence about the transfer route, the composition of the guard detail, and the specific magical protections that would be employed. More importantly, she provided him with something that no amount of stolen power could replace: hope and the knowledge that he would not be facing the challenges ahead entirely alone. The actual transfer began at dawn, with Silas and 3 other high-value prisoners being loaded into a specially constructed transport that was itself a masterwork of magical containment. The vehicle's walls were lined with layered Petricite inscribed with suppression runes, its very design intended to prevent any possibility of magical escape from within. The irony was that this same magical protection would serve as a reservoir of power once Silas found a way to reverse its intended function. As the convoy moved through the capital's streets, Silas could sense the magical energies that flowed beneath Demacia's carefully maintained facade. The Petricite architecture that surrounded them was saturated with absorbed power, accumulated over generations of magical suppression and containment. Every building they passed represented a potential source of energy that could be tapped if he could find a way to break free from his immediate restraints. The guards who surrounded him were the kingdom's finest, each one trained specifically to counter magical threats and equipped with weapons designed to disrupt arcane energy. Yet their very expertise worked against them. They had prepared for conventional magical attacks, for fire and lightning and force, but not for the unprecedented ability to absorb and redirect the magical protections that they themselves carried. The moment of action came as the convoy passed through one of the capital's main squares, where a crowd had gathered to witness the transport of the kingdom's most notorious magical criminals. The irony of public spectacle providing cover for escape was not lost on Silas. Demacia's desire to demonstrate its power over magic would become the stage for magic's most dramatic assertion of freedom. Using techniques developed through years of forced experimentation, Silas began to draw power, not from his fellow prisoners, but from the magical protections of the transport itself. The Petricite that was meant to contain him became a conduit, its absorbed energies flowing into him like water rushing through a broken dam. The sensation was overwhelming, centuries of accumulated magical power suddenly available to someone who had learned to channel and direct forces beyond normal comprehension. The first sign that something was wrong came when the transport suppression runes began to flicker and dim. their careful inscriptions struggling to contain energies that were flowing in directions they had never been designed to handle. The guards noticed the change immediately, but their protocols for dealing with magical emergencies actually accelerated the problem. Their attempts to reinforce the containment only provided Silas with additional sources of power to absorb and redirect. What happened next unfolded with the terrible beauty of a natural disaster, unstoppable and magnificent in its scope. Light exploded from the transport with an intensity that turned day into something brighter than noon, a radiance that carried within it not just illumination but transformation. This was Lux's power, amplified and redirected through Silas's unique abilities, her gift of light becoming a weapon of liberation that cut through magical barriers like flame through parchment. The Petricite restraints that had held him for years cracked and shattered under the assault of their own redirected energies. The transport itself began to come apart as its magical protections turned against their intended purpose, becoming sources of power rather than barriers to its use. Around them, the carefully ordered architecture of the capital square began to resonate in sympathy with the magical explosion, centuries of absorbed power, awakening to possibilities that had been dormant for generations. The guards who had been prepared for conventional magical resistance found themselves facing something entirely unprecedented. Their anti-magic weapons were designed to disrupt spells and dispel enchantments, but Silas's power didn't work like normal magic. It consumed and transformed the very forces they used against it. Their attempts to contain the situation only fed the growing conflagration of liberated energy that was spreading outward from the destroyed transport. In the chaos of the escape, Silas experienced something that transcended mere personal liberation. For the first time in his life, he was able to use his abilities not in secret or under duress, but openly and with full intention. The power that flowed through him carried the accumulated hopes and fears of every mage who had ever been imprisoned in Demacia's dungeons, every magical practitioner who had lived in fear of discovery, every person who had been forced to deny their true nature to survive in a kingdom that would kill them for existing. The light that erupted from his liberation was visible across the entire capital, a beacon that announced to every hidden mage in the kingdom that change was not only possible but inevitable. Through his magical connections, Silas could feel the response, a wave of recognition and hope that rippled outward from the scene of his escape, touching the consciousness of magical practitioners who had thought themselves alone and forgotten. The immediate aftermath was pandemonium. The elite guards lay unconscious or confused, their magical protections overloaded, and their weapons drained of the energies that made them effective. The transport was a ruin of twisted metal and shattered stone, its remains smoking with the residual energy of powers that had been contained too long and released too suddenly. Around them, the architectural marvels of the capital square showed signs of awakening, Petricite columns glowing with internal light, decorative enchantments coming alive after centuries of dormancy. But perhaps most significant was the change in Silas himself. Years of imprisonment and experimentation had prepared him for this moment, but the actual experience of full liberation revealed capabilities that exceeded even his own understanding. The power that flowed through him was no longer simply stolen or borrowed. It had become truly his own, transformed through years of accumulated experience into something that transcended the normal boundaries of magical practice. As he stood in the ruins of his containment, surrounded by the evidence of what could be accomplished when magical power was unleashed, without apology or restraint, Silas understood that this moment represented more than personal freedom. It was a declaration of war against a system that had oppressed and exploited magical practitioners for generations, a demonstration of the true cost of Demacia's hypocritical policies. The escape that followed was almost anticlimactic compared to the explosive liberation that had preceded it. Moving through streets where ordinary citizens fled in terror from the magical energies that still crackled around him, Silas made his way toward the hidden networks that he knew would shelter him. But this was no longer about finding safety or sanctuary. It was about transformation, about using the momentum of this moment to build something that could challenge the fundamental assumptions upon which Demacian society was built. As this chapter of liberation and revelation draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the moment when long-suppressed power finally breaks free, when years of careful preparation converge into action that changes everything. In the quiet space before sleep, perhaps you might consider, what would we become if we stopped hiding the parts of ourselves that the world has taught us to fear? Chapter 7. The Underground Network. In the shadow spaces between Demacia's gleaming towers, where forgotten alleyways twist like ancient veins through the body of a kingdom built on lies, a different kind of society had been quietly growing for generations. Tonight we explore the hidden world that Silas discovered after his escape, a network of magical practitioners who had learned to survive in the spaces that official Demacia pretended did not exist. Picture the abandoned sections of the capital's undercity, where failed construction projects had left behind a maze of tunnels and chambers that appeared on no official maps. Here, beneath the foundations of temples dedicated to the kingdom's anti-magic doctrines, mages had carved out sanctuaries where they could practice their abilities away from the watchful eyes of the authorities. The irony was profound. The very stones that formed their hiding places were often the discarded Petricite blocks from above, stones that had absorbed so much magical energy over the years that they glowed with a faint inner light. Silas's arrival in this hidden community was like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples of change and possibility through networks that had existed in careful stasis for decades. Word of his escape had preceded him, carried by magical means through connections that the surface world could never have imagined. To the mages who had lived their entire lives in hiding, his dramatic liberation represented something they had thought impossible: open defiance that had succeeded, magical power used without apology or concealment. The first safe house he was brought to occupied the basement of what appeared to be an ordinary merchant's shop, its entrance concealed behind false walls that had been crafted by earth-shaping mages, working in careful collaboration with non-magical sympathizers. The proprietor, an elderly woman whose weathered hands showed the telltale signs of decades spent working with alchemical compounds, greeted him with a mixture of awe and terror that would become familiar in the days that followed. Through her, Silas began to understand the true scope of Demacia's hidden magical community. The woman herself was a healer who had spent 40 years treating injuries and illnesses that the kingdom's official physicians could not address, using herbal knowledge enhanced by magical techniques passed down through generations of secret practitioners. Her shop served as both a legitimate business and a distribution center for magical services, with coded language and carefully arranged displays serving to identify potential clients who might benefit from abilities that officially did not exist. The network that she represented was vast and surprisingly sophisticated, developed over generations of necessity into a parallel society that existed alongside and within the official structures of Demacian civilization. Magical practitioners had learned to organize themselves into cells and support systems that could provide everything from basic survival needs to advanced magical instruction, all while maintaining the careful secrecy that kept them alive. Each safe house in the network served multiple functions: shelter for those fleeing persecution, training centers for newly manifested mages, communication hubs for coordinating mutual aid, and resource distribution points for magical materials that were officially banned but practically essential. The complexity of the organization was staggering, involving not just magical practitioners, but also sympathetic non-mages who provided cover, supplies, and intelligence about official activities. As Silas moved through this hidden world, he encountered mages whose stories painted a picture of systematic oppression that went far beyond what he had witnessed during his years as a Mageseeker. There were entire families who had lived underground for generations, children who had never seen sunlight because their abilities manifested too early and too obviously to hide. There were elderly practitioners who remembered the time before the current wave of persecution, when magical practice was merely discouraged rather than punishable by death. The diversity of magical abilities represented in the network was remarkable, encompassing not just the flashy combat magic that the authorities feared most, but also the subtle healing, crafting, and agricultural enchantments that had quietly improved countless lives despite their illegal status. Silas met water shapers who had spent decades secretly purifying the capital's drinking supply, plant speakers who had prevented famines through careful encouragement of crop growth, and mind healers who had helped victims of trauma recover from experiences that conventional medicine could not address. Perhaps most significant were the information networks that had developed around magical practitioners with specialized sensing abilities. These mages had become the eyes and ears of the hidden community, using their gifts to monitor official activities, predict raids before they happened, and identify new mages before the authorities could discover them. Their intelligence-gathering capabilities rivaled those of any official organization, fed by magical connections that could transmit information across vast distances instantaneously. The economic structures that supported this hidden society were equally impressive in their sophistication. Magical practitioners had developed underground markets where services could be exchanged for protection, where rare materials could be traded for safe passage, where knowledge and training could be bartered for resources and shelter. These exchanges operated on principles of mutual aid and collective survival that created bonds between participants far stronger than simple commercial relationships. Yet for all its impressive organization and scope, the network faced challenges that threatened its long-term survival. The constant pressure of living in hiding took a psychological toll that manifested in depression, paranoia, and interpersonal conflicts that could fragment the careful alliances that kept everyone safe. The need for absolute secrecy limited the size and scope of operations, preventing the kind of large-scale coordination that might have been necessary to create meaningful change. Most critically, the network's very success at helping individual mages survive had created a form of complacency that discouraged more aggressive action against the system that oppressed them. Many of the older practitioners had invested so much in building their hidden lives that they were reluctant to risk everything for the possibility of open liberation. They had learned to be grateful for survival and fearful of anything that might attract unwanted attention to their carefully constructed sanctuary. Silas's presence challenged these comfortable assumptions about the limits of what was possible. His escape had demonstrated that Demacia's magical defenses were not impregnable, that the kingdom's authorities could be caught off guard and defeated through superior understanding of magical principles. More importantly, his unique abilities offered the possibility of uniting the scattered magical practitioners into a cohesive force that could challenge the system directly rather than simply hiding from it. The debates that followed his arrival were intense and sometimes bitter, reflecting fundamental disagreements about strategy, risk, and the responsibilities that came with magical abilities. Conservative voices argued for maintaining the status quo, pointing out that the current network had successfully protected thousands of lives over generations, and that dramatic action would only invite crushing retaliation. Progressive voices countered that hiding was itself a form of slow death, that each generation of secret practitioners grew smaller and more fearful than the last. Through these discussions, Silas began to articulate a vision that went beyond simple survival or even liberation. He spoke of transformation, not just freeing magical practitioners from persecution, but fundamentally changing Demacian society to embrace the magical heritage that it had spent centuries denying and suppressing. This would require not just defeating the current system but replacing it with something that could integrate magical and non-magical citizens in ways that enhanced rather than threatened their collective well-being. The practical challenges of building such a movement were enormous. The hidden community was geographically dispersed, ideologically fragmented, and deeply traumatized by generations of persecution. Many practitioners had internalized the kingdom's negative attitudes toward magic, believing on some level that their abilities really were corrupting influences that needed to be carefully controlled. Others had become so focused on individual survival that they struggled to think in terms of collective action. Yet Silas's presence also revealed resources and capabilities that had been dormant within the network. His ability to absorb and redistribute magical power created possibilities for coordination and amplification that had never existed before. Through him, isolated practitioners could pool their abilities for larger purposes, while his connections to each of them created communication channels that could operate at unprecedented speed and scale. The training sessions that began to develop around his presence represented something entirely new in the history of Demacian magical practice. For the first time, mages could learn not just to hide their abilities, but to use them effectively in combination with others. Combat techniques, healing protocols, and practical applications that had been lost or forgotten were rediscovered and refined through group practice that would have been impossible under the old conditions of strict secrecy. As word of these developments spread through the network, it attracted attention from practitioners who had been living in even deeper hiding than the established community. Rural mages who had thought themselves completely alone began to make contact, revealing the existence of magical communities in the kingdom's agricultural regions that had developed their own survival strategies and support systems. The integration of these diverse groups presented both opportunities and challenges. Each community had developed its own culture, practices, and approaches to magical secrecy, creating a rich diversity of knowledge and technique, but also potential sources of conflict and misunderstanding. Silas found himself serving not just as a magical focus, but as a diplomatic bridge between groups that had little experience working together. As this chapter of discovery and organization draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the hidden communities that exist within seemingly uniform societies, the networks of mutual aid that develop among those who share common struggles. In the quiet moments before sleep, perhaps you might wonder what underground currents of connection and support flow beneath the surface of our own world, invisible to those who have never needed them. Chapter 8. The Cost of Revolution. In the crucible of change, where noble intentions meet harsh realities, and the price of freedom is measured in blood and broken dreams, even the most righteous causes must confront the terrible arithmetic of progress. Tonight, we explore the shadow side of liberation, the moral complexities that emerged as Silas's movement transformed from hidden rebellion into open warfare against the foundations of Demacian society. The first acts of organized resistance began quietly, almost hesitantly, as if the hidden magical community was testing the boundaries of what had become possible since Silas's escape. Small groups began emerging from their hiding places to perform acts of defiance that would have been unthinkable just months earlier. Healing centers that operated openly in poor districts, magical workshops that produced enchanted goods without attempting to disguise their nature, protective barriers that appeared around communities threatened by natural disasters or criminal activity. These initial demonstrations of magical aid were met with mixed reactions from the non-magical population. Some welcomed the assistance, particularly those in areas where official help was slow to arrive or inadequate to address urgent needs. Others responded with the fear and suspicion that generations of anti-magic propaganda had bred into Demacian culture, viewing even beneficial magic as a corruption that would inevitably lead to greater dangers. The kingdom's response was swift and brutal. Mageseeker units, expanded and reinforced with additional resources, began conducting systematic sweeps through areas where magical activity had been reported. The raids that followed were more violent and indiscriminate than anything seen in previous decades, targeting not just confirmed magical practitioners, but anyone suspected of harboring sympathies for the growing movement. It was during one of these raids that the true cost of revolution first became clear to Silas and his followers. A healing center that had been operating in one of the capital's poorest districts was surrounded by Mageseekers in the middle of the night, its volunteers and patients trapped inside as the building was set ablaze. The magical practitioners inside could have easily escaped using their abilities, but doing so would have meant abandoning the non-magical people who had come to them for help. The choice they made haunted Silas for months afterward. Rather than flee to safety, the mages used their dying breaths to maintain protective barriers around the building's most vulnerable occupants, sacrificing themselves to save people who might never have accepted their help if they had known its true nature. The bodies recovered from the ruins included not just magical practitioners, but also children, elderly patients, and volunteers who had simply been in the wrong place when the authorities decided to make their statement about the consequences of magical collaboration. The psychological impact of this tragedy rippled through the magical community like a stone thrown into still water, forcing everyone to confront questions they had been able to avoid during the early hopeful days of the movement. Was the pursuit of liberation worth the lives of innocent people caught in the crossfire? Could they claim moral superiority over Demacia's oppressive system if their own actions led to the deaths of those they sought to protect? Silas found himself struggling with the weight of leadership in ways that his years of imprisonment had not prepared him for. In his cell, surrounded by theory and righteous anger, revolution had seemed like a clear choice between good and evil, oppression and freedom. In the real world, where every action had consequences that rippled outward in unpredictable ways, the moral landscape became far more complex and treacherous. The debates within the movement grew more heated, as the human cost of resistance became undeniable. Conservative voices, many of them representing families with children or elderly relatives who could not easily relocate if the situation deteriorated, argued for a return to the careful secrecy that had protected the magical community for generations. They pointed out that their underground network had successfully preserved thousands of lives over decades, while open resistance had already led to more deaths in a few months than they had experienced in years of hidden existence. Progressive voices countered that the recent crackdowns proved that the old system of hiding was no longer sustainable. The authorities were becoming more sophisticated in their detection methods, more willing to target suspected sympathizers, more brutal in their responses to any hint of magical activity. They argued that the choice was no longer between safety and danger, but between the slow death of perpetual hiding and the possibility of genuine liberation through decisive action. These philosophical disagreements were complicated by practical realities that tested the unity of the movement in unexpected ways. The magical practitioners who had lived comfortably in the established underground network often found themselves at odds with newer recruits whose desperation made them more willing to take extreme risks. Urban mages, accustomed to the complex secrecy required in the capital, struggled to work with rural practitioners whose approaches to magical practice were more open but less sophisticated. Perhaps most difficult of all were the moral compromises that effective resistance seemed to require. Intelligence operations meant using magic to spy on non-magical citizens, potentially violating the privacy and autonomy of people who had never chosen to be involved in the conflict. Recruitment efforts meant exposing hidden mages to risks that they might not fully understand, essentially conscripting them into a war they might prefer to avoid. Resource acquisition meant taking supplies and materials from a kingdom that was already beginning to suffer from the economic disruption caused by magical sabotage. The most troubling aspect of these compromises was how quickly they began to feel normal, even necessary. Silas watched with growing concern as members of his movement adapted to moral flexibility that would have horrified them in their previous lives. Former healers began learning combat magic, peaceful scholars started planning sabotage operations, and community leaders who had spent decades protecting others began making calculations about acceptable losses that sounded disturbingly similar to the rhetoric they had once opposed. The psychological toll on individual participants was severe and often overlooked in the rush to organize effective resistance. Many magical practitioners had spent their entire lives suppressing their abilities and living in fear of discovery, developing coping mechanisms that were poorly suited to the demands of open conflict. The sudden transition from hiding to fighting left many of them emotionally unprepared for the violence and moral complexity that revolution entailed. Support systems that had worked well for a hidden community proved inadequate for the needs of active combatants. Healing networks designed to treat the occasional accident or illness struggled to cope with battle injuries and trauma-related conditions. Communication systems that had been sufficient for coordination within small, trusted groups became security vulnerabilities when scaled up to support larger operations. Leadership structures that had been informal and consensus-based collapsed under the pressure of making rapid decisions with life or death consequences. The impact on non-magical sympathizers was equally profound, and often more tragic. Ordinary citizens who had quietly supported magical practitioners through the underground network found themselves targeted for persecution, as the authorities cast ever wider nets in their attempts to root out the rebellion. Shopkeepers who had provided supplies, craftsmen who had offered services, and families who had sheltered refugees discovered that their previous acts of compassion had marked them as enemies of the state. Some of these sympathizers were given opportunities to flee or go into hiding with the magical community, but many others had roots and responsibilities that made such options impossible. The elderly parents who could not abandon their homes, the small business owners whose livelihoods depended on their public reputations, the professionals whose careers required them to maintain official standing. All of these people found themselves trapped between loyalty to their magical friends and the practical necessities of survival in an increasingly paranoid society. The children caught in this conflict presented perhaps the most heartbreaking moral challenges. Young mages, whose ability ease manifested during this period of open warfare, faced impossible choices: join the resistance and abandon any hope of a normal life, or attempt to hide their nature in a kingdom that was becoming increasingly sophisticated at detecting magical practitioners. Parents struggled with decisions about whether to encourage their children's magical development or help them suppress abilities that might one day save lives, but would certainly put them in mortal danger. Educational systems within the magical community, already strained by the need for secrecy, began to collapse under the pressure of constant movement and security concerns. Children who should have been learning to read and write instead received training in concealment techniques and emergency protocols. Young adults who might have pursued careers in healing or crafting found themselves channeled into combat roles that left little room for the gentler applications of their abilities. The economic disruption caused by the rebellion had consequences that extended far beyond the immediate participants. Magical practitioners had played hidden but crucial roles in Demacian's economy, from agricultural enhancement to manufacturing improvements to infrastructure maintenance. As these individuals went underground or into active resistance, the kingdom began experiencing shortages and system failures that affected everyone, regardless of their position on magical rights. The authorities' response to these economic pressures often involved measures that hurt the non-magical population as much as they targeted the rebels. Import restrictions meant to prevent the acquisition of magical materials also limited access to medical supplies and technological components. Curfews designed to limit rebel movement also disrupted the daily routines of ordinary citizens trying to earn their livelihoods. Security checkpoints intended to catch magical practitioners created delays and harassment that made everyone's life more difficult. As the conflict escalated, both sides began to employ tactics that would have been unthinkable at the outset. Government forces started using collective punishment against communities suspected of harboring magical practitioners, while rebels began targeting infrastructure and officials in ways that inevitably affected innocent civilians. The moral lines that had seemed so clear at the beginning of the movement became increasingly blurred as the practical demands of warfare took precedence over ethical considerations. Silas himself was not immune to these corrupting influences. The power that flowed through him, amplified by his absorption of others' abilities, began to affect his judgment in subtle but significant ways. The capacity to solve problems through magical force made diplomatic solutions seem unnecessarily slow and complex. The ability to sense others' emotions and intentions made manipulation feel like a natural extension of leadership, rather than a betrayal of trust. As this chapter of moral complexity and tragic consequence draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the price that must be paid when oppressed people choose to fight for their freedom, the way that noble causes can corrupt even those who champion them with the purest intentions. In the quiet space before sleep, perhaps you might consider, how do we maintain our humanity when fighting against inhumane systems? And what compromises are too great to accept even in the service of justice? Chapter 9. Garen's Dilemma. In the space between duty and love, Where the weight of a crown meets the warmth of family bonds, even the strongest hearts can break under pressure that no amount of training can prepare them to bear. Tonight, we follow Garen Crownguard through the impossible choices that transformed Demacia's greatest knight from an unquestioning servant of the realm into a man haunted by the contradictions at the heart of everything he had sworn to protect. Picture the great training halls of the dauntless vanguard, where morning light streams through tall windows to illuminate rows of knights practicing forms that have been perfected over generations of service to the crown. Here, in these sacred spaces dedicated to the pursuit of martial excellence, Garen had spent countless hours honing not just his physical abilities, but his moral certainty, the absolute conviction that Demacia represented justice, order, and protection for all who dwelt within its borders. The news of Silas's escape reached him while he was leading a training session for new recruits, young men and women, whose eager faces reflected the same unquestioning faith in Demacian righteousness that had once burned so brightly in his own heart. The messenger who brought the report spoke in hushed, urgent tones about magical explosions in the capital square, about prison transports, destroyed by forces that had overwhelmed even the kingdom's most sophisticated containment systems. At first, Garen's response was everything that his position and training demanded: swift mobilization of resources, coordination with other military units, immediate implementation of security protocols designed to contain magical threats. The escaped prisoner was a dangerous criminal who had fooled the very system meant to protect society from magical corruption, and bringing him back into custody was clearly a matter of urgent priority for the safety of all Demacian citizens. Yet even as he threw himself into the pursuit with characteristic dedication, something about the situation troubled him in ways that he could not immediately identify. The reports coming back from the scene of the escape described magical displays that went far beyond anything in the official records about the prisoner's capabilities. More disturbing still were accounts from witnesses who described the escaped mage not as a monster consumed by corruption, but as someone who had seemed almost relieved, as if he had finally been able to stop pretending to be something he wasn't. These observations might have remained nothing more than nagging doubts if not for the conversation that changed everything. A late-night encounter with his sister Luxana that shattered his understanding, not just of the current crisis, but of his own family and the foundations of Demacian society itself. Lux had sought him out in his private chambers, her usual bright demeanor replaced by an intensity that immediately put him on guard. She spoke carefully at first, asking about the escape, about the security measures being implemented, about his own role in the expanding search efforts. But as the conversation progressed, her questions became more pointed, more personal, until finally, she asked the one question that he had never thought to consider. What if the escaped prisoner was not the monster that official reports made him out to be? The debate that followed was unlike any they had ever had, touching on fundamental assumptions about justice, magic, and the nature of corruption that had shaped both their lives since childhood. Lux challenged him to consider whether their kingdom's treatment of magical practitioners was actually protecting innocent people, or simply perpetuating a system of oppression that created the very dangers it claimed to guard against. At first, Garen responded with the certainty that years of service had bred into him. Magic was corruption, period. Those born with magical abilities posed inherent threats to the stability and safety of society, and containing them was both necessary and just. The kingdom's laws were clear, its moral foundations solid, and his duty was to enforce those principles regardless of personal feelings or momentary doubts. But Lux pressed him to examine specific cases, to consider the individual stories behind the policies he had spent his life enforcing. She spoke of healers who had used their abilities to save lives, of agricultural mages who had prevented famines, of protective enchanters who had shielded communities from natural disasters. Were these people really monsters deserving of death or imprisonment, or were they simply individuals who had been born with abilities that could be used for good or ill depending on their choices and training? The turning point in their conversation came when Lux did something that changed everything. She demonstrated her own magical abilities, calling forth light that danced between her fingers with a beauty and gentleness that made a mockery of every stereotype about magical corruption that Garen had been taught to believe. In that moment of revelation, his entire worldview began to crumble as he was forced to confront the reality that his beloved sister was everything that Demacian law said deserved to die. The silence that followed her demonstration stretched between them like a chasm that neither knew how to cross. Garen found himself staring at someone he had thought he knew completely, trying to reconcile the gentle, caring person who had been his constant companion throughout childhood with the dangerous criminal that kingdom law said she had become. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming, forcing him to question not just his understanding of magic, but his faith in the very system he had dedicated his life to serving. Lux, for her part, watched her brother struggle with revelations that she had been wrestling with for months. She could see the conflict playing out across his features, duty warring with love, certainty crashing against impossible contradictions, the foundations of his identity shaking under the weight of truths he had never been prepared to confront. Her heart broke watching him grapple with realizations that threatened to destroy everything he had built his sense of self around. The practical implications of her revelation were staggering. As one of Demacia's most visible and respected knights, Garen's every action was watched and analyzed by colleagues, superiors, and citizens who looked to him as a symbol of unwavering loyalty to crown and country. If his sister's magical nature were discovered, the scandal would destroy not just their family but potentially undermine public confidence in the very institutions he was sworn to protect. Yet the moral implications were even more troubling. How could he continue to hunt and imprison people like his sister while knowing that they were not the monsters that official propaganda claimed them to be? How could he serve a system that would demand his beloved Lux's death if her true nature were revealed? How could he reconcile his love for family with his duty to a kingdom whose laws branded that love as treason? The days that followed were a masterclass in psychological torment as Garen attempted to fulfill his official duties, while wrestling with knowledge that made every action feel like a betrayal of either his family or his oath. During briefings about the search for Silas, he found himself listening to reports of magical activity with new ears, hearing not accounts of corruption and danger, but stories of desperate people trying to survive in a kingdom that wanted them dead. Training sessions with his fellow knights became exercises in cognitive dissonance as he participated in discussions about magical threats, while knowing that his own sister possessed the very abilities they were learning to counter. The weapons and tactics designed to suppress and contain magical practitioners felt different in his hands, now that he understood they might one day be used against someone he loved more than his own life. The investigation into Silas's escape network brought Garen into contact with evidence that the magical community was far larger and more organized than anyone in official circles had realized. Reports of safe houses, communication networks, and mutual aid societies painted a picture not of dangerous criminals plotting against innocent citizens, but of frightened people trying to protect each other from persecution that they had done nothing to deserve. Most troubling of all were the intelligence reports that suggested connections between the escaped prisoner and his own sister. Witness accounts placed someone matching Lux's description in the vicinity of the prison during the weeks leading up to the escape, while magical residue analysis showed traces of light-based enchantments that could only have come from a practitioner with her specific type of abilities. The possibility that his sister might have been involved in the escape plot forced Garen to confront questions that went to the very heart of his identity as both a knight and a brother. If Lux had helped a dangerous criminal escape from custody, was she a traitor who deserved punishment regardless of their family bond? Or was she a hero who had acted to free someone unjustly imprisoned by a system that neither of them had ever thought to question? The investigation that he was duty-bound to conduct became a careful dance of misdirection and selective blindness as he attempted to protect his sister while appearing to pursue every lead with appropriate diligence. He found himself in the impossible position of hoping that the search efforts he was leading would fail, that the very criminal he was supposed to capture would remain free, despite his best efforts to bring him to justice. The psychological toll of living this double life began to show in ways that his colleagues started to notice. His usual decisive confidence was replaced by hesitation and doubt that interfered with his ability to provide clear leadership during crisis situations. The unwavering moral certainty that had made him such an effective symbol of Demacian values was eroded by knowledge that revealed the complexity and contradiction beneath the kingdom's simple narratives about good and evil. Sleep became elusive as Garen found himself lying awake, wrestling with scenarios that had no good outcomes. If he followed his duty and turned in his sister, he would be destroying the person he loved most in the world, for the crime of being born with abilities she had never chosen to possess. If he protected her and concealed her nature, he would be betraying his oath and potentially enabling someone who might pose a genuine threat to innocent people. The broader implications of his situation extended far beyond personal family drama. As one of Demacia's most prominent knights, Garen's crisis of faith reflected tensions that were emerging throughout the kingdom's military and noble classes. Reports were filtering in of other knights who had discovered magical relatives, of military units that were becoming increasingly reluctant to carry out operations against magical practitioners, of noble families whose carefully hidden secrets were being exposed by the expanding conflict. The kingdom's response to these emerging loyalty issues was predictably harsh, with new oaths of allegiance being demanded and surveillance programs being implemented to monitor even the most trusted servants of the crown. Garen found himself subject to scrutiny that would have been unthinkable just months earlier, his every action and association analyzed for signs of corruption or divided loyalty. The irony was that this increased surveillance made it even more difficult for him to protect his sister, while simultaneously making her more vulnerable to discovery. The network of watchers and informants that was meant to root out magical sympathizers created new dangers for anyone trying to maintain dangerous secrets, while the climate of suspicion and fear made it harder to distinguish between genuine threats and innocent associations. As this chapter of impossible choices and divided loyalties draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the moment when personal love collides with institutional duty, when the people we trust most force us to confront the possibility that everything we believed about right and wrong might be more complex than we ever imagined. In the quiet space before sleep, perhaps you might wonder, what would we choose if we had to decide between protecting the people we love and serving the principles we have built our lives around? Chapter 10. The Petricite Crown. In the heart of power, where symbols become reality and artifacts hold the weight of nations, the greatest treasures are often those that embody the deepest contradictions of the civilizations that created them. Tonight, we witness the climactic confrontation between Silas and the ultimate symbol of Demacian authority, a crown that represented everything his revolution sought to overthrow, yet contained within its crystalline structure the very power that would make his victory possible. Picture the throne room of Demacia's royal palace, where centuries of tradition had created a space designed to inspire awe and submission in equal measure. Massive columns of white marble rose toward a vaulted ceiling, painted with scenes of the kingdom's greatest triumphs, while tapestries depicting the defeat of magical threats adorned walls that seemed to glow with their own inner light. At the center of this magnificent chamber sat the throne itself, a masterwork of architectural symbolism, carved from a single massive block of Petricite that had been shaped by master craftsmen into a seat worthy of divine kings. But it was the crown that rested upon the head of Demacia's ruler that truly embodied the kingdom's relationship with magical power, forged from the purest Petricite and embedded with crystal formations that had absorbed centuries of magical energy. The crown of Demacia was simultaneously the most anti-magical artifact in the kingdom and its greatest repository of arcane power. The irony was profound. A kingdom that condemned magic as corruption had placed at the very symbol of its authority an object that glowed with accumulated magical energy like a captured star. Silas's approach to the palace had been months in the planning, requiring coordination between dozens of cell groups and the careful neutralization of security measures that had been refined over generations. The assault itself was a masterwork of magical and conventional tactics, with earth-shapers opening passages through supposedly impregnable walls, while illusion weavers created distractions that drew guards away from critical positions. Yet for all the complexity of the operation, the most difficult challenge had been psychological rather than tactical. The palace represented everything that Silas had once served, every ideal that he had been raised to protect and honor. Walking through halls where he had once stood guard as a loyal Mageseeker, past portraits of kings whose righteousness he had never thought to question, required a form of courage that went beyond simple physical bravery. The magical practitioners who accompanied him on this final assault were themselves struggling with the symbolic weight of what they were attempting. Many of them had spent their entire lives in hiding, viewing the royal palace as an unassailable fortress of oppression that existed beyond their ability to challenge or change. The reality of actually penetrating its defenses, of standing in spaces that had been forbidden to them since birth, created a psychological vertigo that threatened to overwhelm their carefully maintained focus. The confrontation with the king himself, when it finally came, was both anticlimactic and profound in its implications. The ruler, who had seemed so imposing from a distance, proved to be an elderly man whose certainties had been shaken by months of crisis and civil unrest. The crown that sat upon his brow seemed to weigh him down rather than elevate him, its crystalline structure pulsing with energies that he clearly did not fully understand or control. The conversation that passed between them was brief but revealing, touching on fundamental questions about the nature of authority, the source of legitimate power, and the responsibilities that came with ruling over people whose lives depended on decisions made in distant palaces. The king spoke of tradition, order, and the need to protect society from forces that could destroy everything that generations had worked to build. Silas countered with stories of persecution, hidden communities, and the waste of human potential that came from forcing people to deny fundamental aspects of their nature. Yet it was not words that determined the outcome of their encounter, but the magical resonance that had been building throughout the palace, as Silas absorbed power from every Petricite surface he encountered. The crown itself, saturated with centuries of accumulated magical energy, called to his abilities like a beacon that could not be ignored or resisted. The pull was overwhelming, not just the promise of unprecedented power, but the symbolic significance of claiming the very artifact that represented everything his revolution opposed. The moment when he reached for the crown was one of perfect silence, as if the entire kingdom held its breath waiting to see what would happen when unstoppable force met a movable object. The Petricite structure that was meant to contain and control magical energy instead became a conduit for power that had grown beyond any ability to restrain or direct. The accumulated magic of centuries flowed into Silas like a river breaking through a dam, transforming him from powerful rebel into something that transcended normal categories of magical understanding. The sensation was indescribable. Every spell that had ever been cast within the palace walls, every magical artifact that had been brought before the throne, every practitioner whose abilities had been drained by the crown's suppressive field, all of it suddenly available and responsive to his will. The power was so vast that for a moment he feared it might destroy him, burning through his consciousness like fire through parchment, and leaving nothing behind but empty ash. But his years of imprisonment and experimentation had prepared him for exactly this kind of overwhelming influx. The techniques he had developed for absorbing and redirecting magical energy, refined through countless forced demonstrations and brutal tests, allowed him to channel the crown's accumulated power without being consumed by it. Instead of destroying him, the magical storm became an extension of his will, a force that he could shape and direct with unprecedented precision and scope. The transformation that followed was visible throughout the capital, as every Petricite structure in the city began to resonate in harmony with the crown's liberated energies. Buildings that had stood as monuments to anti-magical sentiments suddenly blazed with light, as the power they had been storing for generations was finally allowed to flow freely. The very architecture of oppression became a celebration of the magical forces it had been designed to suppress. For the magical practitioners who had spent their lives in hiding, The moment was one of profound liberation that went far beyond the merely symbolic. The Petricite barriers that had contained their abilities, the suppression fields that had forced them to live in constant fear of discovery, the architectural systems that had made their very existence a crime, all of it was suddenly transformed from instruments of oppression into sources of empowerment. Yet the crown itself proved to be more than just a repository of accumulated magical energy. As Silas settled it upon his own brow, he discovered that it contained within its crystalline matrix the memories and experiences of every ruler who had worn it before him. Centuries of royal decisions, political calculations, and moral compromises flowed through his consciousness like a library of governance, suddenly made accessible to his understanding. These inherited memories revealed the true complexity of ruling a kingdom where magical and non-magical citizens had to coexist, despite fundamental differences in their nature and capabilities. He saw through the eyes of past kings who had struggled with the same questions that now faced him. How to balance the needs of different populations, how to maintain stability, while allowing for necessary change, how to protect society from genuine threats, while avoiding the persecution of innocent people. The crown also revealed the secret history of Demacia's relationship with magical power, showing him how the kingdom's anti-magic policies had evolved from reasonable precautions into systematic oppression through a gradual process of fear and misunderstanding. He witnessed the meetings where desperate rulers had made increasingly harsh decisions, each step seeming logical and necessary at the time, but contributing to a system that had ultimately become the very thing it had been created to prevent. Perhaps most significantly, the crown showed him visions of possible futures, paths that the kingdom might take depending on the choices made in the crucial days and months ahead. Some of these futures showed Demacia transformed into a society where magical and non-magical citizens lived in harmony, their different abilities contributing to collective prosperity and security. Others revealed scenarios where his revolution simply replaced one form of oppression with another, where magical practitioners became the oppressors and non-magical citizens suffered the same persecution that had driven him to rebellion. The weight of these revelations was almost as overwhelming as the magical power that flowed through the crown itself. Silas had begun his journey seeking simple justice, freedom for magical practitioners, and an end to the persecution that had destroyed so many lives. But the crown revealed that true leadership required him to consider the welfare of all Demacian citizens, including those who had supported the system that oppressed him, and those who might genuinely fear the changes his revolution would bring. The throne room around him had been transformed by the crown's activation, its petricite surfaces now glowing with released magical energy that created patterns of light and shadow, unlike anything seen in the kingdom's history. The symbols of royal authority that had once represented his oppression now served as conduits for power that could reshape not just the political structure of Demacia, but the fundamental relationship between magic and society throughout the region. Yet even as he sat upon the throne that had once been the seat of his persecution, Silas understood that claiming the crown was only the beginning of the challenges he would face. The power to destroy the old system was not the same as the wisdom to build something better in its place. The magical energy that flowed through the crown could force change, but it could not create the understanding and cooperation that would be necessary for lasting transformation. The kingdom beyond the palace walls was in chaos, with loyalist forces fighting magical revolutionaries, while ordinary citizens tried to survive in a society where all the old certainties had been shattered. The crown gave him the power to end the fighting, but the harder task would be convincing millions of people to embrace a new vision of what Demacia could become. As this chapter of ultimate confrontation and symbolic transformation draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the moment when revolution achieves its immediate goals, only to discover that the hardest work lies not in tearing down the old system, but in building something worthy to take its place. In the quiet space before sleep, perhaps you might consider, what happens when we finally gain the power we have always sought, only to realize that power itself cannot solve the deeper problems that drove us to seek it. Chapter 11. A Kingdom Divided. In the aftermath of revolution, When the dust settles and the shouting fades, societies discover that tearing down the old world is far simpler than building a new one from its ruins. Tonight, we explore the fractured landscape of Demacia in the wake of Silas's victory, where the collapse of ancient certainties created opportunities for transformation, but also unleashed forces of division that threatened to destroy everything that generations had worked to build. Picture the capital city in the days following the Crown's liberation, where streets that had once echoed with the confident footsteps of citizens secure in their beliefs now resonated with the uncertain shuffle of people who no longer knew what rules governed their world. The Petricite architecture that had been designed to inspire awe and submission now glowed with unpredictable magical energies, creating a landscape that felt alien to those who had lived their entire lives, believing that such displays of power were inherently corrupting and dangerous. The immediate practical challenges were staggering in their scope and complexity. Government institutions that had operated for centuries according to anti-magical principles suddenly found themselves led by magical practitioners whose abilities and perspectives were fundamentally different from anything in their organizational experience. Civil servants who had spent their careers implementing policies designed to suppress magical activity now had to figure out how to integrate magical practitioners into systems that had been explicitly designed to exclude them. The military faced perhaps the most difficult transition of all. Units that had been trained to hunt and capture magical practitioners were suddenly expected to work alongside the very people they had been taught to see as enemies. Veterans of anti-magic campaigns found themselves taking orders from officers whose abilities they had been conditioned to fear and despise, while magical practitioners who had lived in hiding were thrust into positions of authority over people who might have killed them just weeks earlier. The economic disruption was equally profound, as trade relationships built on Demacia's reputation as a magically pure kingdom collapsed overnight. Foreign merchants who had valued Demacian goods specifically because they were guaranteed to be free of magical enhancement now questioned the integrity of products coming from a kingdom ruled by magical practitioners. Commercial agreements that had taken decades to negotiate crumbled as trading partners struggled to understand what the political transformation meant for their own magical policies. Within Demacia itself, the revelation that magical practitioners had been secretly contributing to the kingdom's prosperity for generations created a crisis of understanding that rippled through every level of society. Citizens who had believed they were living in a magically pure civilization discovered that their food had been enhanced by agricultural mages, their buildings had been strengthened by earth-shapers, and their health had been protected by healers, whose very existence contradicted everything they had been taught about the nature of magical corruption. The psychological impact of these revelations varied dramatically depending on individual circumstances and beliefs. Some citizens embraced the new understanding, grateful to learn that people they had feared were actually contributors to their well-being. Others felt betrayed and manipulated, angry that they had been lied to about fundamental aspects of their society. Still others fell into a kind of cognitive paralysis, unable to reconcile their lived experience with information that contradicted decades of conditioning about the nature of good and evil. Religious institutions faced a particularly acute crisis as clergy struggled to interpret theological doctrines that had been built around the premise that magical power was inherently corrupting. Temples that had preached against magical influence for centuries found themselves challenged by followers who questioned whether divine power itself might be a form of magic, and whether the miracles described in sacred texts were fundamentally different from the abilities demonstrated by magical practitioners. The educational system collapsed almost immediately as teachers found themselves unable to continue presenting curriculum that had been proven false by recent events. Textbooks that described magical practitioners as dangerous criminals had to be withdrawn, while lesson plans built around the righteousness of anti-magical policies became impossible to defend. An entire generation of children found themselves caught between what they had been taught and what they could see with their own eyes. Perhaps most tragically, families throughout the kingdom were torn apart by revelations about the magical nature of relatives who had been hiding their abilities for years or decades. Parents discovered that children they had raised with anti-magical values were themselves magical practitioners, while siblings found themselves on opposite sides of a conflict that made their previous relationships impossible to maintain. The personal became political in ways that destroyed intimate bonds that had seemed unbreakable. The magical community itself was far from unified in its response to the sudden reversal of fortune. Practitioners who had spent their lives in careful hiding often struggled with the transition to open practice, finding themselves psychologically unprepared for the visibility and responsibility that came with legitimacy. Others embraced their new freedom with an enthusiasm that sometimes manifested as contempt for non-magical citizens who had supported their oppression, creating new forms of prejudice that threatened to perpetuate cycles of discrimination. Regional differences in magical culture created additional sources of tension within the newly liberated community. Urban practitioners who had developed sophisticated networks and support systems found themselves at odds with rural mages whose approaches to magical practice were more traditional but less politically organized. Different schools of magical thought disagreed about fundamental questions regarding the proper relationship between magical and non-magical citizens, leading to factional disputes that weakened their collective ability to govern effectively. The power vacuum created by the collapse of the old government was filled by various groups with competing visions of what Demacia should become. Moderate voices called for gradual integration and reconciliation, arguing that lasting change required building consensus rather than imposing transformation through force. Radical factions demanded immediate and complete restructuring of all social institutions, insisting that compromise with the old system would inevitably lead to the restoration of oppression. Counter-revolutionary movements began organizing almost immediately, drawing support from citizens who had benefited from the previous system and feared that magical rule would lead to chaos and corruption. These groups ranged from political organizations seeking to restore the monarchy through legal means to militant cells planning terrorist attacks against magical practitioners and their sympathizers. The diversity of opposition movements made it difficult for the new government to develop coherent security policies that could address legitimate concerns while preventing genuinely dangerous activities. Foreign powers watched the Demacian transformation with a mixture of fascination and alarm, uncertain how the emergence of a magically ruled kingdom would affect regional stability and their own internal policies regarding magical practitioners. Some nations began reassessing their own treatment of magical minorities, while others strengthened their anti-magical measures out of fear that Demacian ideas might spread to their own territories. The refugee crisis that emerged as the kingdom divided was unprecedented in scale and complexity. Magical practitioners from neighboring kingdoms began fleeing to Demacia seeking sanctuary, while non-magical Demacians who feared magical rule attempted to escape to countries they perceived as safer. The movement of people across borders created diplomatic tensions and humanitarian challenges that strained resources and tested international relationships. Military conflicts erupted along the kingdom's borders as neighboring powers attempted to take advantage of perceived weakness during the transition period. Some of these conflicts were genuine territorial disputes, while others were proxy wars fought by Demacian factions seeking foreign support for their competing visions of the kingdom's future. The need to defend against external threats while managing internal divisions stretched the new government's capabilities to their breaking point. Silas himself found that the crown which had given him the power to overthrow the old system provided little guidance for the challenge of building a new one. The magical energies that flowed through the artifact could enforce his will when necessary, but they could not create the trust and cooperation that effective governance required. The memories of previous rulers that the crown contained offered lessons about the complexity of leadership, but their experiences had been shaped by very different circumstances and challenges. The weight of responsibility for millions of lives proved far more crushing than the physical and psychological pressures of imprisonment had ever been. Every decision he made had consequences that rippled through society in unpredictable ways, affecting people who had never chosen to be part of his revolution, but whose lives were nonetheless transformed by its success. The moral clarity that had sustained him through years of resistance dissolved into a maze of competing obligations and irreconcilable demands. Administrative challenges that had seemed trivial during the planning stages of revolution proved to be monumentally complex in practice. Questions about property rights, criminal justice, taxation, and resource allocation required solutions that balanced the needs of different communities while maintaining enough stability to prevent societal collapse. The magical practitioners who had been excellent at organizing resistance networks often lacked the skills and knowledge necessary for effective governance of a complex modern state. Communication between different factions became increasingly difficult as trust eroded and positions hardened along ideological lines. Meetings that had been intended to build consensus often degenerated into shouting matches where participants talked past each other rather than engaging with different perspectives. The magical abilities that allowed for enhanced empathy and understanding could also amplify emotions and conflicts in ways that made rational dialogue nearly impossible. The question of justice for those who had participated in the previous system of oppression proved particularly divisive. Some called for extensive prosecutions and punishment of former officials who had enforced anti-magical policies, while others argued that reconciliation required forgiveness and a focus on building the future rather than punishing the past. The decisions made about accountability would set precedents that would shape the kingdom's political culture for generations to come. As this chapter of division and struggle draws to a close, we find ourselves contemplating the moment when victory reveals itself to be only the beginning of even greater challenges, when the clarity of resistance gives way to the complexity of responsibility. In the quiet space before sleep, perhaps you might consider, how do we bridge the gaps between people whose experiences and beliefs have been shaped by fundamentally different understandings of right and wrong? And what does it mean to heal a society that has been divided by generations of fear and misunderstanding? Chapter 12. The Unshackled Future. In the space between what was and what might be, where the echoes of old chains still rattle while new possibilities stretch toward horizons yet unimagined, the future reveals itself not as a destination, but as an ongoing choice that must be made anew with each passing day. Tonight, as our journey through Silas's transformation from hunter to hunted to liberator draws to its close, we contemplate the legacy of revolution and the endless work of building worlds worthy of the sacrifices made to achieve them. The Demacia that emerged from the crucible of revolution bore little resemblance to the kingdom that had once prided itself on magical purity and moral certainty. 5 years after Silas claimed the Petricite crown, the capital city had become a place where magical and mundane coexisted in ways that would have been unthinkable to previous generations. Streets that had once echoed with the march of Mageseekers now hummed with the quiet conversations of healing circles, magical workshops, and integration councils, working to weave together communities that had been artificially separated for centuries. The architectural transformation of the kingdom served as a visible symbol of deeper changes taking place throughout society. Petricite structures that had been designed to suppress magical energy were gradually being modified to channel and direct it in ways that enhanced rather than constrained the abilities of those who lived and worked within them. The great walls that had once kept magic out now served as a network for distributing magical assistance throughout the kingdom, carrying healing energies to remote areas and protective enchantments to communities threatened by natural disasters. Silas himself had evolved far beyond the angry young revolutionary who had first broken free from his chains. The crown that had once represented his oppression now served as a conduit for wisdom that transcended his individual experience, connecting him to the accumulated knowledge of rulers who had faced their own impossible choices in different times and circumstances. The power that flowed through him was no longer just his own, but a collective force shaped by the hopes and dreams of countless individuals who had contributed their abilities to the greater work of transformation. The governance structure that had developed around his leadership reflected hard-won lessons about the complexity of ruling a diverse society. Rather than simply replacing the old hierarchy with magical practitioners, the new system incorporated voices from across the spectrum of Demacian society, former nobles who had embraced change, common citizens whose perspectives had been ignored for generations, scholars who studied the intersection of magical and mundane arts, and diplomats who worked to maintain relationships with neighboring kingdoms, still grappling with their own magical policies. The Council of Integration that met monthly in what had once been the throne room represented perhaps the most significant innovation in Demacian governance. Here, magical and non-magical citizens worked together to address challenges that required both types of expertise, from managing natural disasters that threatened border communities to developing educational curricula that could prepare children for a world where magical and mundane skills were equally valued. These meetings were not always harmonious. The scars left by generations of oppression and fear could not be healed overnight, and disagreements sometimes erupted into conflicts that threatened the fragile unity that had been built through years of careful dialogue. Yet the very fact that such discussions could take place openly, without fear of persecution or violence, represented progress that would have seemed impossible during the darkest days of magical hiding. The question of justice for those who had enforced the old system remained complex and ongoing. Rather than mass prosecutions or blanket pardons, the kingdom had developed a process of truth and reconciliation that required former officials to acknowledge their role in systematic oppression, while providing opportunities for redemption through service to the communities they had harmed. Some embraced this chance for transformation, becoming advocates for integration and understanding. Others remained bitter and unrepentant, contributing to underground movements that continued to oppose magical legitimacy. Education had become one of the most crucial battlegrounds for the kingdom's future. Schools throughout Demacia were experimenting with curricula that taught children to see magical and non-magical abilities as complementary rather than competitive, emphasizing collaboration and mutual respect rather than fear and suspicion. The results were promising but uneven. Younger children adapted relatively easily to integrated classrooms, while older students often struggled with preconceptions that had been reinforced throughout their formative years. The economic transformation of the kingdom proceeded more smoothly than many had expected, as it became clear that openly acknowledging and integrating magical contributions actually increased rather than decreased productivity and prosperity. Agricultural yields improved when earth and plant mages could work openly with farmers. Construction projects proceeded more efficiently when magical and mundane techniques were combined, and medical care reached new levels of effectiveness when healers could practice without fear of persecution. Trade relationships with other kingdoms remained complicated, as foreign powers struggled to understand what the Demacian transformation meant for their own policies and security concerns. Some nations had begun cautiously exploring their own approaches to magical integration, while others had hardened their opposition to magical practice out of fear that Demacian ideas might spread to their own territories. The diplomatic challenges were immense, requiring careful navigation of relationships that had been built on shared opposition to magical influence. The refugee situation had evolved into something more complex than simple migration, as Demacia had become a destination for magical practitioners seeking sanctuary, but also a source of emigration for non-magical citizens who remained uncomfortable with the new order. The movement of people across borders continued to create both opportunities and challenges, as communities struggled to integrate newcomers while managing the departure of longtime residents. Regional variations in the pace and success of integration reflected the diverse history and culture of different areas within the kingdom. Urban centers, where magical and non-magical communities had maintained some level of contact even during the darkest periods of oppression, generally adapted more quickly to open coexistence. Rural areas, where isolation had allowed prejudices to take deeper root, required more time and support to develop effective integration strategies. The military transformation had been one of the most successful aspects of the revolution's aftermath. Units that had initially resisted working with magical practitioners gradually discovered that combined approaches to defense and security were far more effective than either magical or conventional methods alone. The integration process had been painful and sometimes dangerous, but it had ultimately produced a military force that was stronger and more adaptable than its predecessor. Children born after the revolution represented the kingdom's greatest hope for lasting transformation. Growing up in a world where magical and non-magical abilities were equally valued, they developed relationships and perspectives that transcended the categories that had divided their parents' generation. Their natural acceptance of diversity and integration suggested that the changes Silas had fought for might become permanent features of Demacian society, rather than temporary disruptions of an underlying order. Yet challenges remained that threatened the stability of everything that had been built. Counter-revolutionary movements continued to operate, sometimes with support from foreign powers, who saw an opportunity to destabilize a kingdom that challenged their own magical policies. Economic pressures created by the costs of transformation strained resources and created opportunities for those who argued that the old system had been more efficient, even if it had been unjust. The question of succession represented a particular challenge for a kingdom that had been transformed through the extraordinary abilities of a single individual. Silas's unique power to absorb and redistribute magical energy had been crucial to achieving and maintaining the revolutionary transformation, but it could not be easily transferred to another person. Planning for leadership transition required developing institutional structures that could maintain unity and purpose without relying on the specific capabilities that had made the initial revolution possible. International tensions continued to create external pressures that complicated internal development. Border conflicts with kingdoms that viewed magical Demacia as a threat required military resources that might otherwise have been devoted to peaceful development. Trade disruptions caused by changing diplomatic relationships affected economic growth and created hardships for communities that depended on foreign commerce. The personal cost of leadership had taken its toll on Silas himself, as the weight of responsibility for millions of lives created pressures that even his extraordinary abilities could not entirely alleviate. The young man who had once dreamed simply of freedom for magical practitioners had become responsible for balancing the needs and fears of an entire kingdom, making decisions that affected people who had never chosen to be part of his revolution, but whose lives were nonetheless shaped by its consequences. The crown that had given him the power to reshape Demacia also connected him to the experiences and wisdom of previous rulers, providing perspective on the long-term challenges of governance, but also revealing the loneliness that came with ultimate responsibility. The magical energies that flowed through the artifact sustained him physically, but could not address the emotional isolation that came with making choices that no one else could fully understand or share. As our final chapter draws to its close, we find Silas standing on the balcony of the palace that had once been the symbol of his oppression, looking out over a kingdom that bore the marks of his transformation, but remained a work in progress rather than a completed achievement. The city below glowed with the gentle light of integrated magical systems, but also showed the ongoing construction and renovation required to build something new from the ruins of the old. The future stretched before him and his people like an unwritten book, full of possibilities, both wonderful and terrible. The chains that had bound magical practitioners for generations had been broken, but the work of building a society worthy of that freedom would continue long after his own story had ended. Children who had never known the fear of hiding their abilities would face challenges that he could not anticipate, while adults who remembered the old system would continue struggling to adapt to new realities. In the end, perhaps the greatest achievement of Silas's revolution was not the specific changes it had accomplished, but the demonstration that change itself was possible, that systems which seemed permanent and inevitable could be challenged, transformed, and replaced with something better. The kingdom he had helped create was imperfect and would remain so, but it offered hope that progress was possible even in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. As we close this tale of transformation and liberation, we find ourselves contemplating the ongoing nature of freedom, the way that each generation must choose anew to embrace the possibilities that previous struggles have made available. In the quiet space before sleep, perhaps you might consider what chains bind us that we have learned to see as natural and inevitable, and what worlds might become possible if we found the courage to believe that change is not just necessary, but achievable.